Namaste and very good morning to one and all. I welcome all of you to today's plenary session. I hope the deliberations and the discussions held yesterday would be quite interesting and useful for all of us. And with progression in the day 2, this is today's very interesting session is on Himalayan Young Researchers Forum, Connecting Himalaya for the Future. This session is being hosted by three organizations: GP Pant National Institute of Himalayan Environment, IUCN, and UCOST. So from Institute side, I also would like to thank our two co-hosts, Dr. Yashveer Bhatnagar, is country head IUCN, and also Dr. Naveen Joshi from UCOST, uh, Manaskan, Almora. So with this, I would like to just introduce to you this session. Actually, when we are talking about Himalaya for the future and Himalayan Action Plan, revisiting the Action Plan 2, we thought that the young researchers play a very important role, not only in terms of easy stakeholders for research, but also taking the knowledge forward for revisiting the action plan and also the new approaches and new ideas. So with this concept, this session was conceptualized, and IUCN and UCOST together with GB Pant Institute agreed to co-host this session. For this session, I request uh, Joint Secretary Madam from Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change, Government of India to kindly chair the session. Dr. Archana Chatterjee would be moderating this session. And we have two important talks for this session. But most importantly, for this particular session, we have kept our young researchers as panelists. So I request all young researchers, apart from panelists, to kindly also interact and share their views on the thematic pointers we have identified for this session. For further commencing this session, I am now handing over this session to the moderator, Dr. Archana Chatterjee. Dr. Archana, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi, and good morning to everyone. Good morning, Madam Chair, and all the dignitaries present here. So this is a very important session which was visualized with Dr. Bhatt's guidance and Dr. Rajesh Joshi's intervention in this and inputs. We thought that Himalayan Young Researchers Forum would be very important as we're talking about the Himalayas for the 2047 action plan. So their input and their what they think about the future of Himalaya is going to be very important, based on the foundation that all the scientists have put forth till now. So we have this very important session as the plenary today, where we have Madam Namita Prasadji, Joint Secretary MOFCC, as the chair, and we have two invited talks. One from IUCN, Dr. Yashveer Bhatnagar, and I'll be supporting him in that talk, and Ms. Chaya Bhanti, Vertiver Private Limited. And we have distinguished panelists, Dr. Naveen Joshi from UCOST, Dr. Rakshak Kumar, Dr. Suresh Rana, Ms. P. Langlang, Dr. Raveen Joshi, Dr. Sunita Bisht, Dr. Nidhi Kanwar, Dr. A. Rebecca Devi, Dr. Ravi Pathak. And as Dr. Joshi mentioned, that all the young researchers here should participate a lot. So we will try to keep the lectures or the talks to very minimum, and lot of interactive discussion is really we are looking forward to. And as indicated in the document, the pointers for discussion include the co-production of knowledge, youth and communities, with focus on youth and communities, effective formats for science to policy communication, which is really critical. It was highlighted the whole day yesterday that it's so important. Cross-regional and interdisciplinary collaboration, sustained youth network, and long-term engagement. And of course, I think a lot of focus on the emerging tools for research, the technologies, AI/ML was mentioned yesterday. So I think all that should come from the floor as part of the discussions. I would now like to hand over to Madam Chair for her opening remarks and then take the session forward.
So, thank you, Dr. Joshi, and thank you, Archana. I'm very heartened to see there are so many young researchers who are joining us today. And lot of work, like Archana said, has been done by scientists already. And now the need of the hour is, if we have to move to Viksit Bharat 2047, the young generation has to come into play. And I think the young generation not only builds upon it, upon the work that has been already done, but brings new tools, which can play a very significant role in also upscaling the kind of work that is being done. Because there is a limitless amount of data which is already available, but how to use that data to get some kind of result or policy intervention, those can be very, very well harnessed by the tools that are becoming available. And I think as a young generation, the young researchers would be much more familiar with those tools than we would have been when we started our work in this area. So I will not speak for much, but I would now invite the first panelist, Archana or Dr. Yashvi, to please make your presentation. And then we can have a second presentation, and then we can leave the floor open to the panelists as well as the researchers. And I would encourage you to please speak as much as possible, and all of us will try to respond to your concerns and any kind of questions. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, madam. Thank you all for being here fairly early in this relatively cooling part of the autumn winter starting here. It's always great to have this interaction with young researchers. Of course, there is a combination of veterans and young researchers in this room, which is really good. I would like to just take about a few minutes to sort of put a context to this topic that we are talking about. And see, the thing about youth is that, yes, a lot of veterans like us have been youth 30 years ago and so on. There are times, there are situations around us which enable us. But now is a time when I think the youth of this researcher cohort really are at the cusp of extremely important changes which are happening, perhaps which have been unprecedented in history of humankind. And so the responsibility of authentic information data becomes very, very crucial. We are also getting into the age of big data, trying to understand the larger concepts, which basically means that one needs to, no single researcher, no single institution can do that. And we have been speaking since yesterday about the need for, this integrated research. So this is something that is the second part of what I wanted to just flag here. And the third important thing that I want to mention here is that this generation of researchers really needs to strive to be in positions where they can take right decisions 10, 20 years from now. Meaning that, or not only 10, 20 actually right away, basically to do research and work which yields solutions. And I'll just give very quick two examples, and sorry for being, talking about myself also here. But before that, I speak about a good friend, and I don't know how many of you have followed up this this conversation on the recent Supreme Court judgment on the Saranda Wildlife Sanctuary. Yeah, and I was speaking with the person who has been really responsible for ensuring that the 300 odd square kilometers actually designated by the state as a wildlife sanctuary, something there was a lot of resistance from the mining lobby about it. It's a very important area for wildlife, elephants, foreign antelopes, and so on. And there was a lot of resistance in the sanctuary being declared. And this researcher, R.K. Singh, he had started his life in WI 30 years ago, looking at the very impacts of mining on elephants. And 30 years from now, he is, among other things, he has been extremely instrumental in the Supreme Court actually, giving this judgment in favor of the 300 odd square kilometer being actually a bit of a knock on the state government also. But the point that I want to say here is that this is based on facts and figures that he had accumulated over the last 30 years. To make the case airtight, it was all the way from pollution of water sources to movement of wildlife to impacts on birds and others. So this is not he himself, but it is something which has been facilitated in that area by the Forest Department, of course, Wildlife Institute, and so on. So this is a real, very recent example that I wanted to put forward. A youth 30 years ago who had started this journey was able to accomplish something which has changed, has affected conservation substantively. In my own journey, quickly, I started off as a romantic working in the Himalaya because the only thing I wanted to do was to work in the Himalaya. Dr. Rawat was there, very frustrated with me. He was my PhD guide about just the passion, but I had good mentors. I was lucky to have good mentors to get direction, and which basically helped me evolve from the romance of working in the field to something more substantive, working towards solving, understanding and solving threats, and actually then working with the required stakeholders, both the local communities for on-ground conservation work, plus with the Forest Department and later in the ministry also, to get policy level changes in the way we look at snow leopard conservation in India. So it's basically not me alone, of course. There was a huge group of mentors and colleagues who have helped. But I just wanted to highlight these two examples to illustrate good data, working at scale, working with collaboration through collaborations, and then while enjoying the work to also ensure that there is impact that we are able to draw. So with this, I think I'll just want to hand over to Archana. I hope I've not taken too much of her time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ishvi, for setting the context for this session. I'll be very quick with the slides. We have few slides to share on the work that we are doing in the Himalayan region. Just to introduce IUCN, it's one of the world's largest, oldest and most diverse conservation organization. And we are playing a very important role, key role in many of the global discussions, conventions, and so on. I'm not going into details of all this. And within India, the Government of India is a state member of IUCN since 1969 and represented by the MOFCC. And we started our office in 2007 under an MOU with the Government of India. These are some of our key program areas. And as you would see that a special focus is on the Indian Himalayan region. Rest are mostly thematic, but we have a very special focus on the Indian Himalayan region. We have been working in this region for some time, not very big programs, small initiatives since the time we established our office. And several projects are going on in the Himalayan region. We also implemented a project under the National Mission for Himalayan Studies, and several deliverables have been presented under these projects, which have helped to develop this project Himalaya for the Future, which is a long-term initiative we have planned. We are in phase 2 now, and the vision of course, to enhance the sustainability and well-being of people in the Indian Himalayan region, and linking to the downstream communities too, because most of the ecosystem services flow down to the downstream, and we are all in some way or the other dependent on the Himalayan region. And we have 3 key objectives. One is to document and harness the potential of nature-based solutions, and then also to create visibility and outreach. And this is where we are connecting with the youth in the Himalaya, and we have the Youth for Himalaya initiative. And also we are looking at developing a decision support system tool, which will really we think as a bridge between the science and policy interface through system dynamic modeling and scenario development. Now we are looking at these 7 thematic areas and 5 cross-cutting areas, which include forests and other ecosystems, sustainable livelihoods, wildlife conservation, watershed, clean energy, green infrastructure, sustainable waste management as the key thematic areas. And the cross-cutting areas, of course, are climate change, gender, DRR, nature-based solutions, and the traditional knowledge. Now, very quickly coming to the one of the outputs of our phase 1 was to develop an action plan for the for IHR based on a very extensive review that we undertook under the guidance of WI scientists Dr. Ruchi Badola and Dr. Hussain. And a team of researchers, which comprise some researchers from WI and some from IUCN. So this is the vision for Indian Himalaya that we see as part of the action plan that we have developed: an environmentally secure, economically prosperous, socially just Indian Himalaya with resilient communities to face future anthropogenic pressures and climate change impacts. So we did a very extensive review of the literature, the work that has been done. We have this, which we have extensively, produced all the trends that we have observed using the extensive databases and whatever papers that are published. So based on this, we have this interesting analysis that is sort of summarizing the work that we have done on the trends. And if I don't know if there's a pointer. Yeah. So if you see this side, we have the indirect drivers and the direct drivers, and we have plotted it against the ecosystem, some of the features, and the human well-being and hazard frequency. And what the data is indicating, and these are the trends that are highlighted: the positive and high increasing impact, positive and high decreasing impact, negative and high increasing impact, and so on. And the ones in circle that you see, those are the ones that we need to really look at, which is increasing but unsustainable in long term. And if you see, this is intersecting policy incoherence, food security, livelihood security, water security. So these are the areas where we are seeing a positive trend, increasing, but it will be unsustainable in the long term if we don't address the drivers which are impacting these areas. So there is this extensive review that we have done based on which we have come to these. And if you see the other interesting driver, if you look, I mean, the impact on infectious diseases, if you look at that column, which is being, the negative and high decreasing impact, if you see, it is governed by the protected areas, which shows, on the infectious diseases, the positive and high decreasing impact. So basically saying that the protected areas, if they are well managed, that will have a decreasing impact, meaning the infectious diseases will be under control. And similarly, if you look at the two which are very critical, and this was discussed yesterday as well, the tourism as a direct driver and over exploitation of natural resources. These are the critical ones which are impacting a lot of these between ecosystems, human well-being, and even the hazard frequencies. So I'll just move on because time is very limited, but this is available in our publication, which can be, the digital copy can also be shared with all of you. And then we looked at these 5 capitals of sustainable livelihoods framework and assessed the variables in the IHR. So the 5 capitals that we looked at: social capital, natural capital, human, physical, and the financial capital. And if you see, all these are very important in the IHR and linked to each other. And if we see that how are they all connected, so the key sectors and the cross-cutting themes that are needed to address the challenges faced, these include, the science and technology, agriculture, waste management, tourism, and handicraft. I mean, these are the key sectors that we need to look at. And the key approaches: strengthening the local institutions, gender equality, and social inclusion, forest and wildlife, then educational and skill development. So these are some of the key approaches that are emerging to link all these capitals together to deliver the impact in the IHR. And again, the details of these are available in our publication. What are the different action pathways that will bring these together? So if we look at some of the approaches for possible actions and pathways for sustainable development of the Indian Himalayan region, the first the first part of the vision is maintaining the existing land use, land cover of IHR and its ecological health and ensuring human well-being. So what we are saying is that whatever changes that have taken place, it's going to be difficult to reverse those. But if we, at least from now on, we see that there is no further land use change and as much restoration as possible can happen in the IHR, that is going to lead to a better prospects for the communities and the ecological health. And this can be approached, this can be achieved through mainstreaming biodiversity conservation across sectors for a resilient Himalayan ecosystem and people. And then, of course, there are a lot of actions and pathways that we have listed, along with who needs to do that, which ministries are involved in this, which private sectors, which local communities. So the collective action is also very important, convergences as well as collaborations. And the second part of the vision is, importantly, the restoring the integrity of the Himalayan landscapes impacted by anthropogenic factors, basically to reduce the impact of the drivers of degradation. So basically in this, we are looking at minimizing anthropogenic pressures, securing ecosystem services, stock and flow from the Himalaya, and mitigating pollution impacts. So this will address some of the drivers of degradation, and detailed action pathways have been presented in the action plan that we have prepared. And the next part is enhancing the output of the existing Himalayan subsystems through Himalaya-specific interventions to meet local demands, where we look at ensuring food sustainability through green agriculture and technological interventions. So basically, agriculture, as was highlighted yesterday also, that it's being either abandoned or, I don't know, human-wildlife conflict is also driving this in some of the locations in Himalaya. So it's going to be important that, and the most of the food that was locally produced is now coming from outside. So the revival of the millets and the local varieties that are produced in the Himalaya is going to be an important part to ensure the food sustainability. Then developing resilient Himalayan communities to face the impending climate change mediated impacts. And in this, I think the promoting integrated and sustainable tourism is going to be important, because tourism is an important livelihood security option for the people in the Himalaya, and we cannot take it away from them. So the best thing would be to develop climate resilient infrastructure for tourism, and also upskilling people, capacity building of the people to manage the tourism in a sustainable fashion. Enabling sustainable Himalaya specific and locally implementable tools to to prepare the vulnerable and marginalized communities. Again, this is going to be extremely important through the use of new technologies that are emerging, and also the kind of disasters that are increasing in the Himalayan region. It's going to be important to prepare the people, build their capacities to handle all these new kinds of pressures. Then this is interesting, which links to the financial building, the financial capital, which is compensating the Himalayan communities through payment for ecosystem services to sustainably meet the downstream resource demand. And this we are not saying as like actual payments or anything, but I think through the Finance Commission, lot is already being done. But I think if more criteria for the Himalayan states are included during the devolution of payments for the Himalayan states, I think that would be good. Right now, I think it's only the forest cover and some of the other key, but some specific criteria for Himalayan states should be included to really compensate the Himalayan communities for the ecosystem services they are providing for the downstream resource demands. And then redefining policy support at the regional and country level. So in this, we have also proposed that if a central repository, the database could be created at an institution like GP-PAN, which not only has data on biodiversity, but also it tracks the trends of the direct and indirect drivers. So data on that also would be very important. For example, the pollution, the tourism impacts, the linear infrastructure that we are building, the hydropower, and so on. So those drivers also need to be tracked along with the biodiversity data portal that we are suggesting for an institution like GP-PAN to host it. And then maybe a kind of course, the national mission is there, but if something like the authority that was created for the Ganga, something like that, if it can be created for the Himalayan states. So that can unify the kind of vision and the development that the Himalayan region should be looking at in a very coherent manner, because right now things are happening, but in very isolated, disjointed kind of thing. So if such an authority like the one for Ganga is there, I think that would also streamline a lot of things. So I think I'll just skip through these slides. We have this Youth for Himalaya initiative, under which we are undertaking different activities, connecting school children at first level. And then now in the next phase, we'll be also connecting with the university students and the researchers. We have also tried to connect people through creative and innovation through their filmmaking skills and other skills that children have. So a lot of work has been done under this, and we are calling them Himalayan change makers. Yeah, and of course we are also highlighting the nature-based solutions. We are documenting these that are happening in the Himalayan region already, and how these can be improved further. So this documented case studies will also be available next year. And of course, we are planning for the International Mountain Day event on 11 December, and everyone is invited. It's in Delhi. And the focus is on youth, nature-based solutions and technology, driving resilience in the Indian Himalayan region. Thank you.
Taya, I will invite you to meet the next execution.
Yes.
Good morning. Namaskar, Sabiko. I am very, very grateful for this invitation to share our experiences. My name is Chaya, and I come from an organization called Vetiver. I founded this organization about 13 years ago. And my journey, as Sir said, Yashveer Sir said that once we were youth too. So when I was a youth in America. I had studied filmmaking and advertising, and then was working in New York as an advertising person, and suddenly had this realization that all the thinking in our minds were going into selling things that were terrible for the planet. So converted and moved to San Francisco, studied sustainability, and this was back in 2005, 6. So I've been kind of riding the climate wave since then, like many of you here. When I came back to India, really what I wanted to do was to actually create a solar company. And because that was the rage, and I had worked in carbon finance, and I thought that these two connected really well. But as I started working here, I realized that we were not being fair to the amount of knowledge there is in India in terms of how we communicate it. There is I saw the disconnect because I lived in the US for many, many years, and I saw that even someone who doesn't know much communicates in such a way that they know everything. They tell powerful stories, they have data. Our scientists, our people, our even local communities have this reservoir of knowledge. We are deeply wise people. We understand things, but we don't speak. It's not part of our tradition. It's not the way we are taught. So we are humble. We restrain ourselves. As a result, what has happened, for a long time that worked really well for us in terms of conservation. But as soon as this entire world of social media took over, in how we share knowledge, storytelling about ourselves became extremely important. If we cannot tell stories of our knowledge, no one's going to help us conserve this. So I sort of created Vetiver as a platform, as what we call ourselves as a behavior change communications consultancy. The idea is, can we work at the interface of science, policy, local communities, traditional knowledge, and help what we say midwife new ideas, work with partners who are, whether they're scientists at the policy level or, at the institutional level, sort of bring those ideas back at the community level, test them out, bring them back, reflect them, etc. So what I've ended up doing is to create a consultancy that has multiple heads. Now we're also doing qualitative research. We're also doing project implementation at a level at which just the communications level. We're also working with youth across India. When I first came to India, I'm telling you this personal story again, and I have a little slide for this. I, in 2008, brought National Geographic to India to conduct this media-based storytelling on environment. I had a small NGO. My mother had a small NGO in Udaipur. I'm from Udaipur, Rajasthan, and we brought 20 tribal children together with 20 urban children, put them together for a week, gave them all cameras, and under the direction of National Geographic photographers, created themes of environmental storytelling. We were absolutely stunned, as since then we all know how much talent there is in our rural communities with storytelling. We were absolutely stunned at how powerful the stories the tribal kids created. When you gave them the cameras, even if you took them to the exact same spot, the way they told the stories was completely different from what an urban person told that story. But what happened is that the urban kids went on to pursue photography careers, but the tribal kids continued to do whatever they could, and we ran out of resources not to be able to help them. Thankfully, since then, we have seen many wonderful ideas come through, many organizations that are doing youth-based storytelling. But from there, today, I'm extremely proud to say that since then, my ideas for working at the intersection of media and environment have continued, but in different forms, and I will lead you through that right now. So you can't see the whole screen. Is it possible for us to remove the? It's very simple. So we see a lot of campaigns. We see a lot of awareness. Nowadays, we have rallies, we have poster competitions, we have story writing things. Everyone is communicating something. And sometimes, and especially as somebody who has We have teams right now in Punjab working on regenerative agriculture for the past 3 years. We've had teams working in Gujarat, MP, UP, again on natural farming. We've worked in forestry, biodiversity, water conservation. We've worked across topics. And what we've seen, unfortunately, is that sometimes we just stop at awareness because it becomes a checkbox. Photos look really good. CSR organizations love their photographs of, tons of groups of people standing together with a banner. It feels like something has been done. But we all know, we live in those communities. Sometimes it just stops there and we are not able to actually translate that insight into action. Nowadays, you must have heard, many of you, the young researchers here in the room must have heard the term behavior change come quite a lot in the sort of the mainstream conversations on climate. Oh, we have to change behavior. Usually what we actually are talking about, we change behavior, let's communicate something. Maybe we can say something differently. And we all know that it's not so easy to change behavior. Communicating is only one thing, systems thinking, systems design, lot of the other stuff. But what we try to do is figure out, like, is there something we can do within this space, which has a lot of implications for researchers in the room as well, I feel. Excuse me. How do I? It's not moving to the next slide. Yep. So I'll just give you just a little bit of an example. In fact, I will show you. We have this very simple visualization, which starts with conducting behavioral research, in which we try to map not just we try to map not just socio-economic insights from a qualitative standpoint about a target audience we want to work with, but we also try to understand the cultural norms in which our constituents are operating. We have an entire process which is called, there are many theories of behavioral change. How many of you here have conducted any kind of behavioral research as part of your research processes? Can anybody raise their hand just to understand? Right. There's a couple of people in the room. That's wonderful. I would like to just state that having worked with many organizations that have phenomenal science behind them, when you go into the field to implement that science, what you see is you have to transfer that knowledge to a group of, let's say, 60 field executives who are going to carry your message all the way to the adoption of a proposed intervention. Now, across that, there is a lot that is lost in translation. People might know the science, but by the time it gets to the community, there is not enough of a compelling narrative for the community to know why they should adopt. So there is a lot that researchers can do to shepherd knowledge all the way to the actual constituents. And there are many frameworks that are available. There is generally, I'm going to kind of quickly skip past our slides to come back to it later, but something called the COM-B framework. How many of you have heard of the COM-B framework of behavior change? Great, there's one person, wonderful. So, when we are talking about behavior change, what sometimes tends to happen is that we just quickly create some very compelling campaigns, compelling stories, and we put them on some kind of a, social media or wherever, and we say we have worked on behavior change. But certainly we need to assess what is the capability of our constituents, what's the motivation, what are the motivational drivers, and where does the opportunity lie? This is very, very true for youth who we want to mobilize, because unless we are able to map these things as part of a qualitative understanding, no matter how wonderful the science we have in our hands, it's not going to be able to translate into action. And unfortunately, we have been witness over the past 13 years to very well-meaning projects that fell flat because there was not enough insight at the community level as to how you take an entire idea all the way to adoption, to monitoring, to follow up, and to reinforcement so that it can sustain. So my understanding, if we're talking about impact, there are two things that drive researchers, I feel perhaps. There is certainly publication, extremely important. And publication is extremely important because that's what drives policy. But the other thing is actual impact as well. sometimes even a small sample like a 24 IDIs will give you very strong qualitative insights. I'll give you a small story. We were working on a USAID project in along with actually Swapan's company, IORA Ecological, across 5 wildlife corridors in India. We had to interview and take some, do some FGDs. We deployed 2 or 3 research aids when we were conducting those FGDs. We captured the sound of certain wildlife to play back to people what those birds sounded like, to see how much knowledge in the community lay in whether they could understand what biodiversity exists just by hearing. We created visual aids in terms of really gamified cards so that women who could not read, women who were hesitant to interact and offer their contributions were able to engage in really effective ways. After which we created a very nuanced behavior change communication strategy for different archetypes in the community that exist. So that when you're communicating in a multi-layered perspective. Coming back to our traditional scriptures and where we have evolved from, our ancestors knew multi-layered messaging extremely well. If you look at any of our scriptures, there is a lot of research and thought as to how a message will resonate with a particular person. We have kind of lost that in the race to sort of publish and understand. So we got to figure out whether we can use research tools to gain information at the local level from even just 24 FGDs that we conducted across the corridor. It took us about 6 months to derive those insights because there is really no software. There is something called NVivo, you might have heard. You can park your qualitative insights there. But genuinely, it's a pretty manual thing to try to see if there was a group of 6 women you spoke to, you showed them photos, you got them to hear something. How does all of this come together into an assumption on how a community will react to a particular messaging or anything that you bring to them? While this is a lot of work, once you create that pillar, you have an extremely vernacular, context-specific way to engage your people on the ground. So the research is playing a very important role to create impact, not just to collect data. We are all hungry for data, and sometimes the communities perceive us as only being extractive. We go into with our data, we come back, we publish our reports, but what makes us go back to the community and actually develop something that's long-term, impact-oriented work is what, I'm just leaving you this thought, and that's kind of some of the stuff we work with. So this is a little story of a wonderful agronomist who works in my team, Mandeep. She's on the right side collecting soil from 10 farms 2 years ago in UP, a project we are implementing on low fertilizer use reduction. So on the left is a poster competition that we helped to put together, and it was wonderful. Children came together to provide a lot of information. At the same time, this Mandeep, who was trained at PAU, was taken to UP, was only supposed to do a soil test as a researcher, but realized that there are different things we could do with the soil test. So could we test the soil at a local lab as a KVK lab? Could we test the lab at a Indian Institute of Sugarcane Research, for example, which is an established lab? Could we also test the same mitti, the same soil, at a AI-enabled company that was creating new algorithms to figure out whether the same soil could yield different kinds of data? She herself took on this leadership thing, went into different fields, collected the data in the middle of very scorching sun in the Kharif season, sent it to all these labs, and we realized very surprising insights. Of course, it's not large enough sample set, but the surprising insight was that the ISR data and the AI-led companies' data, one which we paid 2,300 rupees per test to, one in which we paid 230 rupees per test to, had almost similar results on soil organic carbon and various different parameters. This was a youth who wasn't really trained to do this. She asked herself a question. She guided us with the responses, and we were able to expand our research area to bring new insights based on which we were able to interact with farmers on how we can persuade them to be a part of, looking at their soil to provide the similar fertilizers. So, there are various ways. I'm kind of making it a little complex, but just a small story from our team to show that we can just ask ourselves small research questions when we are doing implementation, so that the expanse of inquiry opens and the possibility of impact really redoubles. So where we are at in the climate space and the natural resource conservation, no matter what Bill Gates says that the climate change is not a reality, reality for Himalayas is it's very much a reality. And we just need to figure out as researchers and as citizens how we expand our inquiry frameworks so that a mix of qualitative and ethnographic approaches along with our scientific approaches can really bring us in a full domain understanding of how we can create long-term impact. So this is a fun little drawing that we have made. We have a behavioral lab. And basically, you might know that a behavior change goes from several different stages. You go from complete indifference at the beginning. You go to somebody who considers, somebody who's deciding, somebody who's acting, somebody who continues, and someone who might either relapse or then transform. So we have to figure out what kind of research tools we can create to engage youth at each of these stages. I feel that this is an extremely important part of what we have to do to catalyze climate. So here are some of the questions. This is one of our researchers in Arunachal Pradesh a couple of years ago, where we were conducting a study for WTI on a particular bird species. To understand how to derive behavioral insights, you don't just have to apply a theoretical framework. You can do a lot of visual auditory work to gain data from a community that can help you communicate with them better and design your interventions. So the key question we need to ask ourselves, whether we are program implementers, policymakers, are we capturing behavioral insights of our constituents to actually derive and plan things very well at a deep-rooted space? Are we making learning easy? At Vetiver, we have a very large team that works with science-led data. We have about 30 gamified tools we have created to make sure that people who cannot read, people who may not otherwise find science interesting, have various ways of engaging with the content that they have at hand. We've got to make learning easy. Are we translating knowledge playfully? I'm going to give you an example. I was in Madhya Pradesh during this Bandhavgarh thing where there was a huge event taking place by the government on getting kids to understand the importance of the tiger. A lot of kids were standing there and some games were being played and all the kids were kind of uninterested. Now you've got this huge amount of kids. You've got 200 kids in your hands and you have this one moment in which to leave them an impression. So we quickly came up with a game to say, you would jump if you hear, to understand how much local knowledge they knew of the species. And the kids really enjoyed it. And I realized at that time, wow, there are some simple codification we need to do of simple, fun, playful things that get embedded in curriculum so that things that are otherwise rote can be a little bit more interesting and open youth to the idea of conservation in a really impactful manner. Are we demystifying science through visuals? This is a photograph of a package of practices that over 6 months, it was a package of practices for natural farming. We broke this down, worked with the communities to visualize it, to understand if the community actually understands when to apply Jivamrit, when to apply Bijamrit, when to do XYZ. So many different things. Unless you visualize things, our women, maybe some people who can't read, some people who don't relate to science in a different way, we are not able to engage with them effectively. So this is extremely important. Are we investing in interpersonal interaction? This is a photograph of this is a chart we created of the system of rice intensification. Because when you look at it, yes, now it's quite simplified. When we were starting out in this, we didn't have a metaphor to get people to understand why an SRI approach would actually save them water or energy, etc. So our team worked for a couple of months to understand this and then simply visualize it for people who cannot read. So they just had to spin the wheel. Each place where it landed, they had to ask themselves what this actually means. Sorry, am I taking too much time? I'm just wrapping up. 1 second. So are we creating relatable vernacular content? This is my pet peeve, honestly. Since I came from the US, I saw a lot of cut paste. This was before AI. This is before even stock. People are just cutting, pasting, whatever, and we are just using, I'm sorry to say, but someone who's not of a certain skin color, we're just creating unrelatable visuals for people, showing the PPTs. People are just kind of sitting through them. We don't have to do that. We come from such a rich visual tradition. Let's invest in vernacular. This is ways of actually collaborating with scientists and artists, folk artists, painters. Let's create content that is relatable for our constituents so that we can actually get information back from them. So to the right here, basically, this is something called the theory of competence development. So when we talk about youth, usually you kind of go through, you're at an unconscious incompetence where the youth doesn't know what they don't know. Then you have to kind of go to, they become aware of what they don't know. Then they kind of learn how to carry out a task, but they are not yet confident. And then finally, they are so good they're able to teach. What will it take to for us to work with our youth so that they actually end up in the fourth column? So there's tons of these approaches we can use. This is a project we worked with the World Bank on demystifying landslide risk reduction to get people to understand how you work across it. So the complexity is massive. We need to figure out if our youth, for example, if they have carried out water budgets or anything that they do we have the tools that are scalable enough for any youth to undertake that exercise with the guidance of a researcher? Can you as a researcher help break down the knowledge that you have to work with local youth, to engage the communities, to build localized knowledge, and then use AI, etc., to create those knowledge hubs at a local level, which empower decision making? So, of course, like I said, we've got to catalyze millions of youth. And so this is my final slide, which is that, to co-create, collaborate, and communicate, I would definitely invite a bunch of researchers in the room to take this on as a kind of a study. How do we spark them? We know there are fellowships. We know that they have to actually make the leap, enter training ecosystems. We know they need mentors. They need to create village level solutions. They need leadership. What will it take through a combination of approaches to make this happen? So here it is. Thank you so much for giving me the time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Chaya. So I will try to sum up the takeaways from the session in 2 minutes, and then we can leave the floor open for panelists.
And before you arrive, so thank you so much. And now we had basically Him Pandeji. He is a former Secretary, Government of India. So it will be my proud privilege to welcome Pandey sir to this conclave.
So just briefly from the presentations. So like IUCN told us, frameworks exist to engage young researchers. And one of the major takeaways from these sessions was that scientists do not just need to generate science, but also be communicators, because we need to implement these in the field level also, so that we need to have learning or teaching and effective communication. And there are a lot of tools apart from formal tools which exist to capture data and its different facets like interpersonal interactions and community insights, which are also a very important part of the science that we do. Then for making a change, we need to communicate to a whole lot of different people. One message does not, does not affect any change. We have to look at different messages for different kinds of people. And so young researchers need to think about all of this when you are doing science, because today just doing science is not enough. We also need to be effective communicators and engage with the communities finally if we want to really make a difference. So now we can have the floor open for panelists and young researchers if they want to ask any questions.
I think we can go to the panelists first. So Dr. Naveen Joshi from UCOS. Dr. Naveen Joshi is there. Maybe the floor is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, thank you to GV.2 for calling me here and being a part of this great conclave. So I have a few concerns which I wanted to discuss with the young researchers, because even I am on a stage that neither I am young nor I am a adult. fully adult. So I'm in the midway. So few things which I have encountered during my research work when I was young. One of the biggest thing was that I neither had funds for publication and neither I had funds for buying the paper. So this is a very big problem which we are facing. So I have a solution for it because Government of India representatives, as well as I am the representative of council. And I think today morning only I was discussing with the director Parsar that whenever we conduct such conclave at a bigger scale, all the councils of the Himalayan states should be a part of it. And they should also participate. They should also report what they are doing, as well as if Uttarakhand is doing something, Himachal is doing something else, Sikkim is doing something else, why don't this conclave can give them target for the next year? And why not to report, those councils to report next year what they have achieved and what the target would be for the next year. ऐसा करने से ये फायदा हुआ कि we would be having a common policy for the whole Himalayan region. Everybody is going on their own way. Every council is doing nothing, something else, and the state governments are doing something else. Government of India is doing something else. Why not to bring them all on the same platform? This is one of my submission. Then again, we can have a parallel session on Himalayan hackathon on which as if in Almora you see there are few major problems. We don't have water to drink in summers. There is a lot of parking problem, and the third major problem is the waste management. So why not the whole Himalayan community researchers combine and make a solution for it using technology or something else? So let them compete and come with a solution that can happen, and that problem can be that can be given few months or few days earlier. That can be told to them that this is the problem. You need to come with a solution of it. So this can be done, and then it is a very. I have seen the presentation of IUCN, and they are doing very good program on Youth for Himalaya. So I have a suggestion for IUCN also that when you do this thing, Youth for Himalaya, once me and Rao sir went to this Khati village, which is the base for this Pindari glacier. So there we decided that we should engage the youth for citizen science for regular monitoring the glaciers and the biodiversity and the change in culture also. So why not that can be a part of that Youth for Himalaya also. So for conducting expeditions, regular expeditions every year, again we need funds and we don't have it. So if NMHS could help that, we can go with it. The ECOS is very much ready for it. The citizen science based and the IUCN also, the citizen science based monitoring of the glaciers every year. So that would be a great idea. Then I have if I can take 2 minutes. Then while giving the fellowships, NMHS has started Himalayan Fellowship. That is a good idea. But why not to start with the Himalayan Resident Fellowship, where small projects of youth and young researchers who can directly submit their project to NMHS. Not only the scientists and others, but the young researchers can submit their own proposals with small, their own grants and their other. That could be a good idea. And then when we talk about discipline and making a man, we talk about army and then we talk about NCT, National Cadet Corps. So why not to start the Himalayan or we can say climate Yuva Corps kind of something that is compulsory for every graduate to be a part of this climate Yuva Corps, so that he could gain some points or he could have some advantage while getting some jobs or something, and that could be a good idea on it. And then interdisciplinary training is very much important. Being a youth, I will say that every researcher present here should be jack of all trades. You need to be a little bit social scientist, you need to be a little bit ecologist, and you need to be very much tech friendly nowadays. And so you should go through interdisciplinary studies as a study done by ICSSR in 2022. Only 35% of the thesis from Himalayan universities they remain unpublished or underutilized, you can say. So why not to utilize all the theses, all the research which is being carried out, and why not to make a knowledge grid of the whole Himalayan research, which whatever we are carrying out in Himalaya. And it is also very good that the average age of researchers in Himalaya is only below 35 years. So most of the young researchers are working in Himalayas. So that is all what I would need to submit. And Government of India is spending very low amount on R&D, where Israel and South Korea spend around 6%. India spends only 0.6%. So this is a difference. Even China spends 3%. So we are we are lacking money for the research. So we should think on this also. Thank you very much for giving me the time.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen, for highlighting some of the key, initiatives that we can take to advance the facilities for Himalayan researchers. Next, Dr. Rakshak Kumar.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me here today in this youth research forum. I am young, yes, because I am always learning. So thank you. And I have listened to the talks, and there are good points coming. And I have been associating with IUC, and we conducted a workshop at Tripura. So I have a few suggestions. I work on waste management aspect. So for sustainable waste management, and where do we see ourselves by 2047? So in Himalaya, like more than we create the filth, if the tourists will come and leave behind the waste. So do we have a policy where we can audit the waste generated by the tourist sector? Like maybe we can identify the few tourist destinations like in Himachal, like Manali, and such certain places like I have been to KNP, Kanchenjunga National Park, where Yoksam they start the trekking to East Rathon Glacier. So there they have different beams kept, but we have no audit done where we tell the tourists that this much waste you bring and you leave. So if we have such program where we create some banners and with proper scientific validation, that will definitely create awareness and bring a change. So that is one point that I wanted to discuss, where tourism destinations should be targeted. And do we have equal representation from all the states falling under the Himalayan region? Like I come from Tripura, and as a representative from Tripura, we don't have a like GB Pant a center, or we don't have any of NMHS project right now running from the state. So maybe we fall behind somewhere as equal representation. So I'm thankful IUCN has conducted a workshop recently in our state. So maybe if we talk about the entire Himalayan region, we have like in terms of waste management, Tripura is completely different if we compare it with other Himalayan region, because we are in we have a hot and very humid environment, and waste management in such environment is completely different as we do it in Himachal, which is quite dry. So northeastern part needs more intervention on the aspect of waste management, because it is completely different. And tourist destination sites where we have problem with, even Sikkim, like we have problem with yak dung. So are we thinking about the cattle dung and yak dung, which is leaving behind, like we talk about carbon neutral environment. So are we talking about the waste management left behind by the cattle? So these are certain points where we may intervene. And thank you so much for having me here, and I am really looking forward for this entire conference. Thank you.
For highlighting the waste, management problem. It's been talked about since yesterday and linked to urbanization and tourism enhancement in the Himalaya. It's going to be a problem till we find good solutions for it. So next we invite Ms. P. Lungling. Is that? Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm a PhD scholar right now at IP University, and my study area is in the Eastern Himalayas. And as a young scholar, even we see the changes that's happening. Like every changes that takes place, whether it be land use, climate pressure, or migration, that shapes our landscape as well as the knowledge system that carries with it. So even there are so many youths that are working in the field, collection of data, they're generating it and also closely working with local communities. But like right now, what we need is a very clear bridge between our research as well as the policies and even collaboration between different Himalayan regions, just not sticking to us. So if we strengthen that, I think we can work towards a more resilient Himalayans. Also, like if there can be we can create a long-term youth network where it's not just a one-off project, but a long-term one where there are shared open data sets as well as community-grounded research. I think if we can create such a permanent youth-led Himalayan data platform, not just supporting policy, but the research, then that would be a very good opportunity for us to work forward to. Thank you.
Thanks. Next, Dr. Ravindra Joshi.
Thank you for inviting me as a panelist to the Young Researcher Forum. I want to start my talk with the quote that nothing is permanent except change. So we have to be ready for the change. It is the permanent thing. And I have seen that the solutions the science is providing us, once it was a solution, and after a few decades, it became a problem. Like plastic is a solution once a time. Similarly, the fertilizers for the intervention. Now we are talking about the organic green agriculture. So we need to evolve, and I am very optimistic that science will provide the solution. But what I have observed over the years, that the science communication is not, we talk about the communication, but there is no objective. It should be mandatory objective of any research. And it should be like scientific paper, it should be a part of APR also. So that the scientists start thinking about this communication strategy. Otherwise, they are thinking, why should we bother about the community? They are taking the data. They are doing the social engineering. They are taking the community's data, publishing their paper, but the benefits are not percolating to the community. So it should be a mandatory part of any research project, so that the researcher or scientist start thinking very seriously about this thing. Second thing is, we are talking about the mainstreaming of biodiversity, but we hardly talk about the what should be the entry points now. We always talk about it is the educational issue through which we can communicate, like school, university, and others. But what about the policymakers? What about the others? We have conducted a research a few years back. It was an Earthwatch project, where the policy makers or person from different backgrounds, they participate in the scientific activity. So sometimes they learn, oh, the pollination services are very important. So there was a case, realized the value of pollination, and they changed the culture of their company. So we need to talk about what could be the communication strategy, what could be the entry points, and it should also be a part of, we should invite others who are who are just decision makers, but not from the scientific background. If they understand the science in the field, so they could make a change also. Third thing is, it is about the perspective of the person. It can be different, but it can't be wrong. My perception could be different, but it can't be wrong. Suppose there is a picture, and if we try to create a story, so we could have hundreds of stories, but every story has a meaning. So we should not say you are wrong or you are right. We need to include every perspective into the discussion. So we can make a holistic view of the problem or the solution. So this is my submission, and I am very thankful that I am being here. So it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joshi.
One is based on, one is concerning point which I have observed in the Indian Himalayan region. It's regarding the unmanaged and uncontrolled development of residential areas in the hilly regions of Indian Himalayan region. And it's a very big threatening point, especially for the states like Uttarakhand, which has almost 80% of the demographic hilly terrain. So what I have observed that people are building their residential area, but they are not planned. They are planned according to their needs, but not according to the environmental needs. So I would like to suggest that should include people from various background in the planning, like researchers, government departments, and the development authority also in planning the residential areas, because what they are doing somewhat is exerting pressure on the water resources, and it's creating problematic for management of the waste management. So this was my observation which I have observed in the Himalayan region. And the second point, I want to suggest the concept of Himalayan wallet in the form which contains the deposit in the form of payment for ecosystem services. Okay, so that whatever the deposit the person gets in the Himalayan wallet can be reimbursed for the sustainable development activity or any environmental friendly activity. And that too, what is the benefit of this? That the development will be in the sustainable manner, but also the government agency or authority can have a check whether that activity is not affecting negatively to the environment. So it will be a bi-directional benefit. It will be a benefit for the environment also and for the local community also. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for talking about this interesting concept about Himalayan wallet. Next, Dr. Nidhi Kanwar.
Good morning to all. As like this is a big platform, and as a researcher, what I felt that when we went to field for the studies, every researchers, I think they met some of the people who has a very rich experience, and they have a knowledge of in their local language. They have a knowledge of science, like they don't explain it in a science language, but they have a knowledge. So why can't we bring them to this such platform so that they can share their knowledge with us, and whatever the scientific results and achievements we are showing here, we can also communicate them, and they can easily understand such things here with us. We can communicate, we can have a communication with them. And yeah, because we are talking about engagement, bringing the community in science and policy. So this could be a suggestion from my side. And one more thing is that I have to say that as a researcher, we should, ma'am, we should let our researchers for visiting the foreign for their research work. Like there are the visiting fellowships, but we have a procedure like when we are in project, we can't go for the fellowships because we have to be here. And so there should be a process like procedure like researcher can go can attain those fellowships and can acquire data from outside. Like there's a British library in UK, and they have very much data on disasters, and which we can fill the gap by visiting through these fellowships there, and we can fill up the gaps. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. A. Rebecca Devi.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Rebecca Devi. Recently, I have completed my PhD, currently working in Northeast Regional Center, GV Fund only. I want to share some of my experience during my PhD program during the field survey. I have done one field survey to identify the different drivers of forest fragmentations. During the survey, I asked a few questions to the people, but they say they will be benefit from the question I have raised them. Most of the questions, yeah, the survey I have doing has done by the government also. They are ensure that we will provide some benefit to the people, but till now we are not getting any benefit from the government. So they're having the lack of the trust issue whenever we survey for any kind of field. So sir, how can we build this kind of trust from the community? And one more suggestion, can we have more capacity building from like recent technology from the government side? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think finally we have Dr. Ravi.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to be here as a panelist. So currently I am working as a consultant for reforestation projects in India with a foreign company, and they led the nature-based solution in many parts of Himalaya, especially in Assam. So in one of the project implementer that we work with, they have this theme of having eco entrepreneurs where they train them, they have fellowships for them, and once they train them, then they become the change maker for the communities, for their own communities, and also they spread knowledge and become future leaders. So these kind of they are also researchers. They were researchers, and that they applied their research in that field. So in this forum, we can also include such people who are eco-entrepreneurs so that they can share their experiences and encourage other researchers to apply their research in the ground and create entrepreneurship business out of it and earn from their knowledge and their experiences. So and share the knowledge with others also. So this can also be done for the future, and it will not only sustain this youth network, it will also serve as a long-term engagement. So this is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, all the panelists. I think and some of the very interesting insights and also their own, perspectives and questions have come through. And we have so many experts, scientists here, and also other young researchers. So if anyone wants to reflect on these questions or anything, it would be really great.
Somebody can answer Rebecca's question.
Yes.
So, young research, if we see the fellowship at government, and right now in the context of university, less than $100 fellowship, 8,000 rupees. Dr. Bhatnagar, he mentioned authentic database. Is it possible for a researcher? 8,000 rupees, he or she can do the field work. ट्रेवल ग्रांट इस टाइम उसी 8,000 में रहना भी है, खाना भी है, सब कुछ करना है. So this is the very priority issue. If India is very serious as far as the research is concerned, and we have been talking about the vision for 2047 विकसित भारत, तो जब तक हमारे रिसर्चर्स को, जो हमारे यंग रिसर्चर्स हैं, they are the connecting link, जो हमारी यंग जनरेशन एंड ओल्ड जनरेशन, यहाँ पे हम 2 जनरेशन के लोग बैठे हुए हैं. डॉक्टर रावत जी को मैं ओल्ड नहीं कहूंगा, एसपी सिंह साहब हमारे 80s पे, 80s पे थे, कल उनका वो अभी भी रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, आप अभी भी रिसर्च कर रहे हैं। तो मेरा यही मानना है, दिस इज माय सीरियस क्वेश्चन, दैट डॉक्टर शिल्पी इज सिटिंग हियर, शी इज रिप्रेजेंटिंग द DST. The message should go to all the funding agency, including the international funding agency, that Himalaya is very tough. We have the grey areas, we have the white areas. Working in the plain areas, working in the Himalayas is entirely different. So even the fellowship, DST design, this should be a categorization for the Himalayas and the plain areas. When we talk about the payment of ecosystem services, downstream, upstream, the fellowship accordingly to be put for the upstream researchers working in that hard areas. अभी हम देख रहे हैं कि this glacier studies के लिए कोई नहीं आ रहा, no research is coming forward. उस एरिया में काम करना is very tedious. So it is my humble summation. I raised this question to the Chancellor of Gadwal University, Yogendra Narayan ji. He was the UP Chief Secretary, Ambassador to USA, India. मैंने उनसे हाथ जोड़ के विनती की, सर 8000 में रिसर्च नहीं होगी. So this is my humble submission. This message should go to the Government of India from various department, ministries, that this should be taken very seriously. Then only we can talk about the quality research.
Thank you, sir. Sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I am V.P. Unyal, former scientist of Wildlife Institute of India. Dr. Makur is right that since last more than 30 years, I'm traveling in different part of Himalayas. We work in Trans-Himalaya and then up to the Kailash Mansarovar. So definitely working in Himalayas is a very tough task. And young researchers, everybody talking about good research papers, good research findings, good research journal publications, field visits, but the student is not getting the facility out of it. One for the scholars to go abroad is prestigious for this attending any conference, but how will visit? We are not having a small kitty. I am fortunate that I work in Wildlife Institute of India. They have created a small kitty for the students for travel grant up to the 50,000 rupees. So I can request the authorities of Geography G.V. Pant Institute also, they can put this type of programs, some kitty for the students, and they can apply for within 3 years of the span, and if the presentation and have accepted the papers for conference, they can facilitate. The facilitation is required from the side of the scientists as a funding agencies. Large number of students, I mean, I was in DST and I've just done a lot of DST projects. Researchers is not getting the fellowship in time. So you have to write many times, and similar problems as facing what Dr. Makur is highlighting it here. So हमें तो research बहुत अच्छी क्वालिटी की चाहिए, लेकिन बच्चों के लिए facilities नहीं है. So staying in Himalayas is not easy thing to do. The work student is working in Rajaji National Park and Bandhavgarh, his style of working is different. He is having his vehicle, he is having a gypsy. अब हम गाड़ी से उतर नहीं सकते और रिसर्च कर सकते हैं. यहाँ पे आपको पूजा लेके चलना पड़ेगा हिमालयाज में. तो इस सिचुएशन बहुत डिफर है. तो इसके लिए if you are working in Himalayas, but still बच्चों ने भी उस कहा कि फेलोशिप की प्रॉब्लम्स है. There lot of organization they are facilitating to research scholars and they are submitting the grant directly to the students accounts. उनको मालूम है अगर पैसा इंस्टीट्यूट के अकाउंट में आ जाएगा तो आपके बिल पास नहीं होंगे. Some of my friends they are working in a university, they are telling me कि हम रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट ले ही नहीं रहे हैं क्योंकि अकाउंट्स वाले परेशान करते हैं, इसलिए बेटा न लें, हम कागज से हमको तनख्वाह पे मिल जाए. But it requires some problems to solution. Yeah. Solution is required. Otherwise, research is good and everything is good.
I think specific problem related to universities, and Dr. Bhatt will support me. I think in G.V. Pant and Government of India, we pay around 24,000 to 30,000 to young researchers. Yes.
Yeah.
That is something which
Actually,
universities to raise this amount, because 8,000 is a pittance. I mean, nobody can be expected to do any work in that amount. But absolutely, there should be a difference.
yes. Actually, that is the problem of university. Sir, university का जो पैसा है, basically all the funding agency, basically UGC, CSR, DST, DBT. So the basic salary for the 37,000 who is a net qualified. Who is a non-net qualified, 25,000 is for those. Now, yes, now it includes, yes. But in the university system, sir, that is the problem. They are still giving the 8,000. Message यहाँ से जाना चाहिए. Yeah, So that should be one of the recommendations of this table. Yes. Yes. Yes.
मैम एक डॉक्टर तिवारी से फिर I'll go to the
Very good morning to all. Thank you so much, madam. I fully endorse what Professor McCreary mentioned, but I would like to add few points. Himalaya is one of the most underdeveloped and poorest region of the world. We have the poverty levels are very high. He is talking about the Central University where every research scholar is getting 8,000 rupees. But talk of the state,
That's the issue. So if you have
madam,
anything else
just
to say,
very important thing. And the state universities, 95% of the research scholars are doing research at their own. And the result is that in between, they have to discontinue their result. Okay? In my university, where I was in Kumar University, even my own student, 25% of the students left research. I asked them, why you are doing this? Sir, we cannot afford for the field work. We don't have money for the travel. So this is very important if you could contribute to promote the research in the Himalayan region and address the critical issues. I would also like to mention, no, you did not to reply, madam, to my query. You mentioned maintaining, this is dream of every person who will have a concern from the Himalaya. Maintaining the existing land use. Nobody would agree with that because land use is not only a major environmental problem, it is also one of the strong drivers for creating several kind of environmental problem, depletion of water resources, degradation of the biodiversity, habitat loss, soil erosion, landslide, everything are connected with the land use. And there is an intensive land use we have experienced. I would very humbly suggest to you to correct that, having a optimal land use for the Himalayan. Okay, we need, because we have only 25% forest in the country, and that is the contribution of Himalayan mountain. So we need to increase that. So I suggest that land use should be conservation oriented, and we should promote, bring the land use at the optimal level. And second thing, agrobiodiversity, millet is one of the major source of livelihood, but we know we have only 14% of the land available for farming in the mountain region, only 14%. And out of that, only 9% is under irrigation, and the irrigated area is already declining because of the depletion of the water sources. And every year, 800 acres of highly productive prime agricultural land is being encroached upon by the process of urbanization. And after the creation of Uttarakhand, we have lost 27% of the agricultural land, abandonment, other thing. And the agrobiodiversity loss is up to such an extent that we had earlier 125 varieties of rice, paddy grown from the foothill region to the higher mountain. Now we are left only with 10. So we need to integrate with various socio-economic factors. We don't have millet. Now we are getting the millet from the grown in the foothill region. If you go to the But and other thing, Gahat, they are coming. We don't know. Even in Kosi market near, you look for the bhat and other millet, you don't find it.
So I think we can move to the next person now.
We want to also encourage young researchers to ask questions. What questions do you have? Yeah. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Madhusudan Khanal. I'm a researcher researching here in the Himalayas since nine years. Madam, I just want to say that we researchers communicate through our publication. The only way we communicate is through our publication, but we are facing several drawbacks. We can't publish open access. A single publication in open access costs around 2 to 3 lakhs rupees. If I publish 10 papers annually, so it will be like I can't afford that publication. And if I want to search for some papers, like there are no access to most of the journals, like I have to opt for some university accesses or.
I just want to quickly respond to your second question about journal access. Now, Government of India has ONOS. So if one has access to that, you can have free access to whatever journals that your institution has subscribed. So that is actually taken care of. And the issue about paying for journals, that's an issue which we need to flag because it's a very serious issue.
Yes, ma'am. I recently spoke with few of my friends in China. They published 4-5 papers, that to all open access. They got like 20 to 25 citations in 3 to 4 months. And I'm not like worried about my citations. I'm doing for science and I'm happy for it. So whatever that we publish, it doesn't reach to the communities. The higher authorities may repost our publications like our state is getting rich, like like we have these sort of floras or faunas, but it like eventually fades away, ma'am. And our just researches just remain like dumped in the research kit, like until someone comes and visit it again. So like there should be, I feel there should be a journal like Himalayan journal in which we can publish things in our local language as well, ma'am. Yeah, like in like if we publish, like I try to publish in many Russian journals, Japanese journals as well. So they mandatorily like want us to transcribe the manuscript in their regional language, like. One more thing, ma'am. Being a researcher, like we wholeheartedly go to the field to researches, but we often comes with certain life and death situations sometimes, ma'am. Couple of years back, a leopard smiled at me in Sikkim, and I've been bitten by snakes like almost 17 times till now. But I'm alive, so like we will do, ma'am. We will wholeheartedly devote ourselves to science that for the welfare of everyone, ma'am. But like, ma'am, it would be great, like, if we like could be benefited as well, if there be some health insurance, because right now, I'm not even able to, even if I be caught in a situation like that, I may not be able to hire a taxi to the hospital because I may not get a GST bill, which will not be claimed. Okay, that's it, ma'am. Thank you.
Any other question or reflection from young researchers?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Premika Rai. I'm from JB Pant Sikkim Regional Center. Actually, my inquiry was related to my ongoing project only, as I'm working on a project which focuses on integrated livelihood. And during our project, like while visiting to the field, we inquired various indigenous people who has traditional knowledge of be it medicinal plants, foods, and many more. But it remains within them only. So how can interdisciplinary, as we were talking, as ma'am were showing the slides for the interdisciplinary collaboration also. So how can that can be done between scientists, local communities, and policymakers, effectively integrated traditional knowledge with modern scientific approaches for sustainable management of Himalayan ecosystem. Also, ma'am, I do believe that coming together of the scientists, be it researchers or local communities in Himalayan region, working together to document and validate their traditional knowledge equally of Himalayan plants with indigenous people itself, also along with the researchers, it might be effective. So how can we be done? Thank you very much. That was my inquiry, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nikita Sharma. I am from Sikkim Regional Center, GP Pant. And right now, Premika introduced herself. We are working under the same project. And I have not a discussion, rather a question. So I would like to question to Dr. Chaya, ma'am. So as you mentioned about behavioral change, so I just wanted to ask you that every participant has different stories, right? So how do we integrate those with science? That is my first question to you. And another question I have to Dr. I'm sorry, I don't remember his name. You talked about entrepreneurship, right? Ensuring the local knowledge with this thing. Creating the mechanisms for like we could make entrepreneurship out of the scientific knowledge that I would like to know more in that particular aspect from you. And the other thing is, ma'am, I have a think that we get projects just for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, and we have like barely started working there. We like started communicating with the communities there. So it's like very less duration for us, because in terms of talking about the sustainability, as we work majorly on agriculture also, so while we establish the seeds and we just distribute them, so there is no no long-term sustainability for that is ensured. And for that I would like to request, or my humble submission, that the project duration should be at least for 10 years, so that we can work in a sustainable manner. So that was my query. Thank you.
Very quickly.
Okay, I can have a one-on-one also. I just wanted to say that, just going back to my background as a brand strategist in New York, when they try to sell us all these brands, we all wear jeans, and I want a Levi's jeans, and I want this bag, etc. I used to be part of the psychographic research team, in which we had to look at psychographic data of different archetypes of consumers. The consumers are starting from the richest man in the world all the way to some guy who is aspiring to be this person. They have all this data, they put this in buckets, and they create an archetype. This archetype has this story. We would actually create the story. How does this person think? If he bought a car, would it be red one or a black one? Would it, all kinds of stories. And then you develop a campaign. And that's how the advertising people convince us to buy things we want to. In the same way, as a scientist, you have to create archetypes and patterns from your people you're meeting, so that they can be bucketed in small sort of groups, so that you understand that this particular archetype. मान लीजिए that's an elderly population in a particular village. They really love, to be told stories and tell stories through their own language, or through their own, certain influencers from their scriptures, etc. You now know that that's a bucket, and now you know how to communicate science using those tools to them. So please try to create these buckets. Lots of information is available on this, on behavioral constructs. Try to use those and apply them within your science. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Parnika Gupta, and I'm a PhD scholar working in the field of waste management. I don't have a question, it's just a submission and my perspective. As Sir said that waste management, we need to take care of tourists. But as far as my experiences from my field work comes, when I go and I question the locals, what they say is, in mountains, कि ये तो नीचे ही जाएगा. Like we will litter it over here, so it will flow downstream. So I think it should begin from the locals. And the second example from my side is, like, I met a person from an organization from Bangalore. What he has initiated is, he has attached a monetary value to all the plastic items. So when you attach a monetary value to every bottle or every packet, the person, even if he has to pay 5 rupees, he'll get back that 5 rupees. He will dispose it in a proper way. So I think the government can take this initiative for all the plastic bottles and the packets, because that person started this initiative in Kedarnath, I guess, and he has attached 10 rupees value to every bottle. And if, for example, that bottle, and I just litter it, any person who will dispose that back properly will get my that payment portion. So that way the locals can be helpful if we start doing this waste management, because charity begins from home. So we can't just put this to tourists, because tourists, if they put it in a bin, I have seen this myself, the cafe owners or the restaurant owners, they put that bin completely into the streams or the rivers. And they say this is not our responsibility. So I think first, for the waste management, government or the municipal corporation authorities, they should start from the locals itself. Thank you.
I think that's a very important issue. Anyone else? Just let me finish this quickly. 30 seconds.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Avni Sharma. I just joined my PhD here. So I am currently on my review process. And there is this thing that I'm not sure about how to distinguish something like some articles may be AI written, and I don't know how it is truly written by a scientist or somebody used in AI. So how can I particularly distinguish that? Is there any way, or can we develop any way to distinguish that? They are not like 100% sure. Like there is no
probability. There's always a probability. You should check the probability through app.
Like if you put the same paragraph in different softwares, okay, some shows that it has 0, some shows it has 30%. So
and also look at reputed journals. That cuts down the possibility.
Again, that's the problem. I cannot access the
ONOS is there
journal.
now. You can always access it now.
Okay.
Besides that, some issue which has not been covered.
Hello, good morning to all. My name is Rakshit Bonyal and I am a PhD scholar here. So several of the researchers here mentioned the plethora of traditional knowledge of that local communities' traditional knowledge. So I want to ask that Sir also mentioned about the citizen science concept also. So I want to say that currently the researchers or the scientists here are the communicators between the traditional knowledge and the scientific world. Until unless they don't publish that traditional knowledge, the science don't accept it openly. So my question is, or my suggestion is that how can we mainstream the citizen science concept? Because currently, according to my understanding, the main limitation in that is that elderly peoples, they are not very much literate or developed or don't know much about the sciencey part of that traditional knowledge. So can we train the next upcoming generations of those what we called it, that family line or something, so that the citizen science concept can more widely be accepted between us, between the researchers forum or any something like that only. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Dr. Vineet Kumar, currently as Inspired Faculty at Geological Survey of India. I'm just seeking suggestions from the various experts over here and going through the situations that I worked on Himalayan brown bear in Lahore Valley over the period of 5 years from 2018 to 23 for my PhD. So there are very good point mentions by Chaya ma'am that we mainly seek the, extract the data from the locals or something, but we never give back. So we have the responsibility to giving back and which will have long-term impact. So I also, there are various aspects for my PhD, but one of them is the human brown bear interactions. So over the 5 years, I found I can say, I believe I found the solution that is a multifaceted approach to deal with the conflict. And I developed a model that I present there also with the forest department and the local administration and including the local peoples. And they also accept that, yes, we should go for it. But now the question, the issue is the DFO Saab is got transferred to Shimla, and there's also funding issue. And now I got the Inspired faculty that I will focus on that issue. So how can we manage that? How can we manage that? How there's a lack of fund, there is a lack of coordination because due to transfer and some other issues. So what are your suggestions to deal with such kind of issue?
The biggest suggestion is collaboration. Because the more you collaborate with people, you won't be left stranded, because this is a fact of life. Any person can change. There should be somebody else who is there, who can take your place.
Yes, I congratulate local peoples, but there is need of fund and forest department collaborations also too. And sir, one another question that
Maybe you can be in touch with him.
yes,
Oh, okay.
and fortunately under the sir guidance, we are able to accumulate all. Yeah, but that project is over, ma'am. Over there, that project is over. Now we need experimental fund out. Another issue, question that ma'am is saying that the climate change is a reality or not. I want to share one incident from observation from the field that there is a earlier, I think a decade ago, there is a hibernation pattern of brown bear. Is mainly that bear go in the hibernation around in the November and come out in the May or April in the high altitude regions. But what I observed through my camera traps and the long-term study is that now the bear is still roaming in the wilderness in the Lahore Valley in the December month. We captured and come out of the hibernations in the early February, mid-February. So there is no case of household damage in the valley, but now it is quite prominent in there. So the young researcher, we need in kind of the Anthropocene era or climate change era, we need to be proactive. So there is one issue that the youth network and long-term engagement, there should be one platform there where young researchers can accumulate and give their findings and share their findings along with other researchers.
Thank you so much. And since there is a time basically constraint.
Sorry, Dr. Bhatt.
Okay.
Very quickly, we are really running.
Yeah, I'm standing and asking from the perspective of a middle-aged person. Yeah, not senior. Yeah, when I was invited for this meeting, I was informed that you are representing Manipur, not from the organization. Joshi sir asked me this, and I'm very thankful for that. Actually, I work in IP University, and I come from Manipur. And here, my humble submission is that there are people like me who are working outside the Himalayan region or Northeast India, since I come from Northeast. These people like me can also, because since I come from the Manipur, I have my research sites in many of the northeastern states, Arunachal Pradesh especially, and Manipur. So I can work in these areas, in sites. See, two of my students are now panelists. Dr. Rebecca is my student, and also Pemi is also my student. That vindicates the concept that people who are working outside are not able to work in the Himalayan region. And many a times in the project, they asked that since you are working in Delhi, how can you do field work in the Northeast? So that is one of the demerits, I can say. So I just wanted to request you that that kind of concept, please do away with that kind of concept. Yeah. Secondly, just small thing that about the funding of the research scholars. Okay, we all know, we all agree that 8,000 is too less. Okay, for a person working in Delhi and coming to Manipur, just one way flight ticket. Okay? So that is the only cost. So let's start with the small thing. That many a times we have some experimental works. For example, Pemi is doing some nutrient cycling in the shifting area. So most of the experimental work she is carrying out in Manipur. So what I would like to suggest is that for such situation where the research scholar needs to carry out such thing, any governmental labs, it should be free of cost. So there should be no charge for the research work to be carried out in any governmental labs. So that is one small thing that we can start with. Thank you.
So quickly, so when you had a point, just one and then end with.
I think it's very, very important on two fronts. One is to start using AI responsibly. The second is also to bear in mind that if you don't use it responsibly, or strategically, you yourself will become irrelevant in some time. Because the way we are seeing this, we are hiring researchers from around the world now, is that the key differentiation now between a good researcher who commands value in terms of money, resources, respect, is a researcher who can think beyond the output of the AI. Because the output of AI is available to everybody today. So the baseline is shifted much higher. So it's very important for you to use AI properly. You can use it for background research, for analysis, for analytics, but you have to then use it and add your original thought, because if you only use it, then you yourself will be irrelevant. I, in fact, feel that institutions should start giving access to a lot of our scientists on paid AI subscriptions and track the usage. It's possible to do that. Engines like Perplexity are very, very good for data research, but you need to, and there should be some workshops on using AI responsibly, because you will use it. We all know you are all using it, but it's good to use it better and more responsibly. Thank you.
I think that is
Hello, ma'am.
very important point.
Ma'am, please, I want to add one.
Dr. Lalit?
One point. Hello, ma'am. Myself, Anil Kumar Sharma, and I have recently completed my PhD. And over the 6-7 years, I had did my work in the Himalayas, and actually my PhD work in the tree line zone of Shimla and Chancellor and all that. So, ma'am, I have a good lot of data, and recently I have some, my 2 or 3 conferences were accepted in the EGO conferences. But due to, sir has also mentioned that due to lack of travel fund and all that, I could not, join that because the DST has some limited timeline and all that. And recently I have also accepted one paper. So my, so ma'am, my point is that if there is any possibility in NMHS that we can, apply for the travel and all that. So this is my issue of concern. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, you can end.
Yeah.
Actually, I also have a kind of suggestion.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Jyotsna Negi and I'm enrolled as a JPF in the NMHS integrated database project. So my suggestions for this were like everyone, my fellow colleagues have also cited this, that about the traditional knowledge. Then whenever we talk about research, then whenever somebody is writing a paper to back their points, they actually add their citations, which is like a backed scientific research already. So why not there should be like a pilot effort that we can document the local knowledge, and we engage the specific specialists in that area who can back that traditional knowledge, and the documentation for that local knowledge could be done. Everyone is saying that the local knowledge should be mainstream, so this should be like a pilot effort where we can document all these points that the local traditional knowledge is there, backed by scientific research, and a documentation can be done which can be further cited by other people in their research also. And my next point was regarding waste management. Like my colleague Ms. Parnika also said that the locals should be pushed more, like because जो भी शुरुआत होती है अपने घर से ही होती है, and सबसे अच्छा तरीका है कि हम अपने the youngsters, the kids who are in different schools, we should educate them. Like we can do regular campaigns for waste management, kids, if we educate them that regarding waste, लोग ऐसे चलती गाड़ी से कूड़ा फेंक देते हैं और गंदगी करते हैं. And you might have seen a viral AI video. It was in a Himalayan state only, and some person threw waste outside of their car. And जब उस चीज के लिए किसी ने उसे confront किया, so she got very aggressive and they started fighting. But if a kid in their home, they tell their elders that this is not good and you should make an effort from yourself कि आप ऐसे, if you have some waste, you can keep it with yourself, keep it in your bag, keep it in your
We
pockets.
can carry out this conversation further because this is specifically about young researchers. If you have anything else to add, if not, we will. Do you want to add?
I'm a PhD scholar here.
I have a small suggestion here. In masters, we do dissertation work. Most of the students, almost 80% students don't know what they can do, what they do, because they are beginners. So if we can do something like regular basis, because it's every year a student have to come in masters, they have to do dissertation. So we can give them like and we also face the problem of biodiversity assessment because it's a very huge thing, and the other, the local people's participation. But if we give the students, like some students from their village, they can do the plants from botany, they can plants from geology, they can do the fauna. So they can collaboratively do, and we will get a researcher from a village or an area. So that, and if they continue every year, from next year, the other person from their village, just like I am from here and I will go to Himachal for something, just like a medicinal value plants, and I will ask to the villagers. I don't know they are giving me the right information or not, but if there will be a person or a student from that village who have done dissertation, and it will be checked by their guides, so that we know that if we are going somewhere, we know there is a person. We ask the institutions, the universities, so that we can get a person who can guide us in that village if we have done the botany, geology or something, so that we can get a good data. Because yeah.
Lalit, 2 minutes and we end.
Yeah, Madam, with your permission, I just want to put one small video because it's a youth forum. Actually, the video is created by one of my researchers, like Vinny. So he has developed a very innovative tool to deal with human-wildlife conflict.
Okay.
So we are actually working for the entire country, but this is to demonstrate because this session, everybody is here. So I felt to, demonstrate this particular.
Quickly.
Yeah.
In India, there's a silent conflict that's it's a battle for space, for resources, between a massive human population and the country's incredible wildlife. So today, we're going to dive into a pretty ambitious plan that uses artificial intelligence to try and forge a new path towards coexistence. 17. So what's that number? Well, that's the number of key wildlife species that are locked in this daily struggle with human populations all across India. And look, this isn't just a statistic. This is about farmers losing their entire livelihood to a herd of elephants in one night, or a leopard straying into a village, sparking fear and, you can imagine, chaos. These conflicts are happening more often, they're more intense, and they're just getting harder and harder to manage. And that, right there, is the central challenge, isn't it? How do you create a future where both people and wildlife can actually thrive in a landscape they both share? It's a question that echoes from the dense forests of the Western Ghats all the way to the sprawling farmlands of the Gangetic Plains. The answer isn't about picking a side. It's about finding a sustainable balance for everyone. Let's dig into how technology just might hold the key. So what's the solution? Well, enter the digital peacekeeper. The idea here is a nationwide AI-powered platform with one very ambitious mission: bridges of understanding. It's called the AI HWCMS, and honestly, it's designed to be a total game changer. Okay, so what is this AI HWCMS, really? Think of it as a central nervous system for managing human-wildlife conflict. It's this unified platform that goes way beyond just reacting to problems after they happen. It's all about proactively monitoring what's going on, responding with speed and precision, and ultimately safeguarding both communities and India's incredible biodiversity. The real power of this system is its multi-pronged approach. It's about creating this incredible cycle of information. It listens to communities through real-time reporting. It predicts risks before they even escalate using some really powerful analytics. It coordinates a swift and effective response. It educates everyone involved. And this is key, it feeds all that crucial data back to shape smarter, more effective policies. So how does this all actually work in practice? The system's built on a continuous feedback loop. It's designed to turn a simple report from a citizen into a really powerful predictive tool. Let's break down that process. Okay, so let's just imagine a real-world scenario here. A farmer in a remote village spots a herd of elephants getting close to his fields. He just pulls out his phone, opens a simple app, and reports the sighting with a geotagged photo. Instantly, the AI system gets to work, validating that report, cross-referencing it with satellite imagery and other data. The nearest forest officials are immediately alerted and sent out. But the story doesn't end there. That one single report becomes a vital piece of the puzzle, teaching the AI to better predict the elephant's movement patterns. So every incident, every single report just makes the entire system smarter. At the very heart of this system is a really simple but powerful idea: citizen science. A user-friendly, multilingual app empowers anyone, anywhere, to become a guardian of their own community. With just a few taps, they can report sightings or incidents, complete with geotagged photos and videos. This basically transforms every citizen with a smartphone into a virtual ranger, creating this huge network of eyes and ears on the ground. Now, this isn't just about, firing off an email and hoping for the best. No way. Once a report is validated, it flashes onto a real-time dashboard. Think of it like a command center for forest officials. The system's intelligence then kicks in, automatically assigning and escalating the incident to the nearest and most appropriate response team. This just cuts out delays and ensures a swift, coordinated response, helping to turn potential chaos into calm. But here's where the real magic of the system lies. It's not just in its ability to react, but its ability to predict. It's about moving from crisis management to conflict prevention. So what does predictive analytics actually mean when you're dealing with, the unpredictable forces of nature? I want you to think of it like a weather forecast, but instead of predicting rain, it's predicting the movement of a herd of elephants. The AI models are kind of like seasoned meteorologists analyzing this huge ocean of data: historical conflict hotspots, the lay of the land, the known behavior of different species, and even subtle shifts in climate patterns. And the result? It's a dynamic heat map, a living map that shows authorities where and when conflicts are most likely to erupt. This lets them proactively send up resources, warn communities, and prevent a potential crisis before it even begins. And this is a huge shift in thinking. The old way was a constant game of catch-up, just reacting to a crisis after the damage was already done. It was resource intensive and, frankly, a pretty heartbreaking cycle of conflict. The AI system just flips the script. It's proactive. It's a digital sentinel that anticipates and prevents, optimizing those precious resources and saving both lives and livelihoods. It's about finally getting ahead of the problem, not just cleaning up after it. But look, let's be real. Technology by itself, it can't solve a problem this complex. This isn't some top-down solution being dictated from a faraway office. The success of the AI HWCMS really depends on a powerful alliance, a collaboration between all the different groups who live and work on the front lines of this conflict. As you can see here, this is truly a platform for everyone involved. Local communities and forest officials, they're the boots on the ground, right? They're the first responders and the ones most directly impacted. But their efforts are amplified by the absolutely crucial work of researchers, NGOs, and government authorities. The beauty of this system is that it kind of speaks everyone's language, providing customized tools and data for each group. So a scientist can dive deep into long-term trends, while a village leader gets an instant life-saving alert right on their phone. And that really gets to the core of it, doesn't it? This isn't just a tech project, it's a human project. The technology is the catalyst. It's the digital campfire that everyone can gather around. But it's the people, the combined wisdom of the forest guard, the scientist, the farmer, and the policymaker that will truly ignite the flames of change. Okay, but a big, ambitious plan is one thing. How do you actually know if it's working? I mean, this is a massive, complex undertaking. So how do you measure success when you're dealing with this intricate dance between humans and wildlife? Well, the answer lies in a really clear, data-driven approach to measuring impact. Success isn't some fuzzy idea here. We're talking about hard numbers. More communities actively participating, are their voices being heard through the app? Is that response time shrinking, turning potential disasters into manageable incidents? And of course, the ultimate measure. Are we seeing a tangible decline in conflicts, in pet damage, in lives lost? The system will also track its own influence, monitoring whether the data it generates is actually shaping smarter, more effective policies on the ground. And they're not just flipping a switch on this whole thing overnight. No, this is a really careful, phased rollout. It begins with a pilot program in a few select districts, a testing ground for the core features. Then the system will scale up, unleashing the full power of its predictive analytics. The final phase will see the integration of that multi-stakeholder dashboard and the educational modules, creating this comprehensive ecosystem for conflict management. This is a living, breathing system designed to learn, adapt, and just get stronger over time. So when you boil it all down, this AI HWCMS It's so much more than just an algorithm. It's a bold experiment in hope. It's a powerful bet on a simple yet profound idea that when you combine the power of data with the wisdom of a connected community, you can rewrite the story of conflict into a narrative of coexistence. The question is no longer if technology can help, but how we can harness its power to build a future where both humans and wildlife can not only survive, but actually thrive together.
Thank you, madam.
Oh, and wonderful way to end. How much a difference technology can make in predicting and helping you use the results of your science. So thank you all for very active participation. And if you have any particular conversations you want to carry out, our panelists and speakers also available during coffee time. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, everyone, for very enlightening and interesting discussions. We missed some of our young researchers' view. So we invite our young researchers to kindly share their views through email. From Conclave Secretariat, we will be sending you an email inviting your views on the theme and also on the entire theme of the conclave. These ideas are very important. One thing we learned from this session is there has to be more intergenerational dialogues. We talk about interdepartmental universities, inter-institutions dialogue, but these kind of dialogues are very rare and important. So we need to think on those dialogues. One more thing that as we have encroached into the time of the forthcoming sessions, so I request the moderators and also the chairs to kindly be strict and restrict to the time because otherwise we will lose the genesis of the program. So we would like to have the concrete recommendations from the panelists, from the speakers, and also from the reporters. So thank you so much. Now I'd like to invite you for the tea. Thank you so much. Nice. Thank you. You will be here? No, I'll be in some other sessions.
Moderator, sir. Kanwal, Dr. Kanwal is here.
Meh kya tëmِس wanan? Na ژٕ وَن تٔمِس سُہ لِنک سوز مےٚ ژٕ وَن تٔمِس یہِ چھا issue چھُ پَتہٕ سوزِ سُہ لِنک پَتہٕ کَرَس مےٚ فاروٲڈ کَرو أسۍ ییٚتہِ پٮ۪ٹھ پَتہٕ